Dreading everything that I don't get myself. This is working for me. Oh my god. Now would be a real good time to prove me right, guys. Wow. I haven't even set the fire yet. Well, if they're up to it, I might as well join in. What's a little casual arson between friends? Whoa! What? Okay. I call BS on that. Oh my god, that was amazing. See, I'm not the only one. The NCPD does it too. Oh, okay, so Irenaeus finally arrived. We can found our religion. As is tradition and in accordance with prophecy, we will create our custom religion, Omism.
Your warranty coverage has expired or is about to expire.
I just commandeered this ship. Nope. Sorry, sir. I get enough of that in real life. I don't need you spamming me in orbit around planets, okay? Let's just not do that. Frozen.
Then why don't you take off the Ask Me About Moon button?
My grog-riddled body is fused with it. I'm more button than man at this point.
Sword, but remember who would use you.
That's good, Carlos, you fucker.
Whoa! Oh god. Oh, that, okay. Ah, oh god. Oh boy. How am I not dead? We ready? Happy New Year! There we go. And I even have champagne to toast. Goodbye, 2021. Oh my god, it's Guybrush Threepwood. That's it? Not even 1 star? I just brought you a damn antimatter bomb on my back, people. Wow. Oh, hello. That might not have been the best option. That was not what I wanted this.
Hold on, Moreland. I'll get you out.
Just as soon as I finish looting.
Great gears, you're alive. Would you mind applying a little leverage?
Just give me half a second. Priorities first, sir. Gotcha. Now watch a courier show up again. How? How did you not see me?
You leave her alone.
This is actually quite...
Wow. Yes, I am Lokias, your wolf god, and now you may take my oath. Abandon your humanity, my boy, and be blessed as wolfkind. It feels like coming home. Transformation? Or oaths? Don't be a flapping fool, Timon. Timon kneels, and beneath him a green light pools. Dandelions rise yellow out of the sparse wind-scraped dirt. They grow old and white, throw their seeds, then wilt to nothing. The god rock he kneels upon hums. It cracks somewhere inside. A geode of understanding splits and catches light. Beneath the earth and behind his eyes. Timon. Bree once more. My driven acquaintance. She's my acquaintance. Saga has been released from her imprisonment at the hands of King Cossetin and is once again free. I have released your acquaintance from my prison to serve as my concubine. The foul fiend. Wow. This game is not so much a war game as a drama game. Holy crap. She's not considered my spouse anymore. I'm okay if they just want to stay there. That lets me regain a bit of magicka. Good evening, folks, and welcome back to the Library of Lore. How's everybody doing today? It's been a bit of a day. I've actually been awake for hours already. I don't know what's going on. This whole having to switch up my sleep schedule thing is not coming easily. But on the other hand, I've actually been fairly productive, so that's not too bad. I was going to be playing some Sandrock today on the Switch, because they just released a whole bunch of updates, but unfortunately the Switch has other ideas, so we're going to switch it up, pun fully intended, and we're going to do some City Skylines 2, because it's been a bit since we played that, and I want to get back into it. I want to try it, because I haven't tried it with the complete upgrade package yet. We tried it with just the new video card, but since then I've upgraded the processor in the system, and I want to try it with both of those things, so we're going to do that today. And maybe we'll, if I can resolve the issues with the Switch overnight, maybe we'll give Sandrock a try tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes. For now, let's get over here. Hello. And I'm going to need cities. Where's cities? There's cities. Wow, I have almost 300 hours in City Skylines too. Let's see how this goes. Now, I think there's still a good deal of optimization they can still do with Cities 2, and I think it's still going to be a bit of a beast to play. But I think we can make this work. I don't remember what settings I've got the game set on right now, so we might play with that a little bit. And we're also going to check in on GordMcLeod. Last time we played, or last time I streamed this, we created a new city. We started the city of Vinings. We're going to primarily focus on that, but we're going to at least poke our heads into GordMcLeod and see how that runs as well. We'll probably do that first for a few minutes and then pop back over to the new city. So I hope everyone's having a fantastic day today. I hope everyone's had a good week and has good plans for the weekend. Okay, before we even load into the game, let's poke at this. Maybe we'll just preemptively, you know what? No, we'll go with 4K. I think that's what it's running in presently. Full screen windowed is fine. VSync on, that's good. Looks like we've got everything on high settings. Let's show advanced. Hey, Anstara. I apologize for the lack of sandrock. I tried. But the Switch is giving me issues again. Okay, we'll go with AMD. Yeah, I've missed cities. I want to get back into this one. Okay. Let's just go with this and we'll adjust once we're in the game, I think. So we're going to load Gordlandia to begin with, and then we'll go back to the new city. So let's just see what's going on with this one and how that runs. I suspect, though, because of the size of the city, I'm probably not going to have a lot of luck running it, even with the new hardware. It might run better than it did before, but I think there's maybe a limit, and I don't know that I'm going to be able to break past that limit without upgrading the RAM in the system fairly dramatically. I think the CPU will make a little bit of a difference, but it won't really make that much. Okay. I see our traditional intersection here has its traditional issues. Oh god, yeah, this is crawling still. Okay. Well, it is capable. It's running. Okay. We are capable of getting more speed. I think it's crawling because that intersection is just completely effed up. Let's maybe go to a less choked up part of the city and see how things run there. Maybe down here. Okay, it's actually running pretty well. That's pretty nice. It's the newer area of the city over here. Oh god, right. Wait a minute. Is this... No, that's here. This is the... Oh god, right. I remember this. Our super popular transit hub right here. Holy crap. This is so popular, I almost wonder if maybe I should get rid of the street-bound bus stops and put in a proper bus depot, like a bus station. I'm not going to do that because we're not going to spend enough time on this, but like put in, maybe tear out some of these buildings and put in a proper bus station right here, because this is just nuts. Yeah, it is a pretty powerful game. Mytharian, welcome back in. How's it going? We're just taking a quick look at Gordlandia, our original Cities 2 city, and get a sense for how it's running with the new hardware upgrades I've imposed recently. But I think that's probably it. I'm not going to save. We'll probably do a stream specifically dedicated to this one at some point, but we're going to continue building the new city for now. The one we started last time I streamed this. So how's everybody doing? I hope you've had a good week, a good weekend. Alright, okay. So this is a much smaller city. We've got some land over here. Now, what unlocks do we have? Let's maybe take a look at that. Development. Okay, so we do have advanced road services. We've got highways. We've got parking areas. Do not have large roads yet. We do have roundabouts. We haven't done anything here. We are gonna ding milestone 4 very shortly, though. Nothing there. Nothing here. We should probably get crematoriums soon. Nothing here. Ooh. This recycling center. Probably what we're gonna do for milestone 4. Colleges would be good. sooner rather than later. Okay, and nothing here either. And these we can't access yet. We don't get access to those until the next milestone. Alright. But we can do highways, which is interesting. Gordlandia, best name. Yes, I actually like that name. It's been good. Got your haircut today. Back to short hair. Oh, that's fun, Unstara. I hope it turned out well. I want to build out over here and put a neighborhood in this area. Let's plan that out a little bit. Actually, you know what? Maybe this will be... Can we do natural resources? Maybe this will be an industrial island. Oh, there's a little island there too that's got oil and stuff. I was going to put a residential neighborhood here, but after looking at the resources, I'm thinking forestry. And that's going to be metal ores. Let's... Oh no, that's signature buildings. That's fine. I can't do most of the signature stuff until, you know, like the specialized industry. All we can do is livestock farming. We've already got a little bit of that there by the looks of it. So I'll have to wait for some of that. But I'm going to plan out some stuff for this area. I think... Where was the resources here? Okay. Oh, that's awkward. Okay, we're gonna have to shape this island. Okay, that should be good. Come on, there we go. That's a bit steep too. I just think that angle of approach is not going to work. Slope too steep. Wow. It really does not like this hillside. Well, I guess the solution then is this. We're going to have to use a curved road. I was going to connect it more up here, but I think that's going to do it. So sad making a bridge to the island. A tunnel would be so cool to drive through. Yeah, but the island is tiny. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't seem worth it. How are you doing, Watai? It's good to see you. That looks a little funky. I don't know if I like that. That looks a little better, at least. Just got home from work, weekend off, so really nice. Oh, that's excellent to hear. I'm glad to hear it. There we go. Yeah, I like that one. This one still looks a little weird to me. I guess it's not that bad. It's really more here than anything. Okay, that looks nicer. Okay, we're gonna need some way to get up here too, but I don't need to worry about that immediately. For now, I just want to come back here and look at our resources. Okay, so they're up more in that direction. So let's take a road. We're going to go right up here. That should give us plenty of access to all of that nice ore. We can't even do forestry. Where is forestry? There. Weird. We'll get some of that set up. I might do a little kind of mini residential neighborhood down here.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
Mad, thank you so much for the resub.
Dan just advanced. 21 months. Have you heard about the Classic Painters subscription box? It's a pay-as-you Van Gogh model. GordMcLeod, hope you're having a great day.
So far, so good. Very weird, but good. I'm having to adjust my sleep schedule. I'm not going to be able to do the really late night bonus streams anymore for a while. For a few days at the very least. After that, I might be able to relax it and get back into doing some, but they probably won't be as long. I'm having to keep early riser hours for a few weeks. This is temporary. It doesn't have to be forever. But I have to get up at like 6 in the morning on Tuesday. So I have to adjust everything. Yep. I'm more comfortable going to bed at 6 in the morning than getting up then. But, yeah, you just gotta do it sometimes. Okay. "6 a.m. is I'm late getting to bed time, not time to get up time." Yep. I woke up before 9 o'clock today. It was weird. I was up and drinking coffee by 9 o'clock in the morning. On the plus side, it means I got a fair bit done before I had to start stream. You get up at 5 every morning? Ooh. I am so sorry, Watai. When I was doing school for game design years and years and years ago, I had to get up at like 3 in the morning to make the train to get to class. That was fun. Okay. We have a little bit of medium demand. I think we're gonna put some larger buildings in here. Here, here, and here, and maybe there. And then there. There, and there. Right there. And there. These two we're going to reserve. They're going to be... They're going to be commercial. Means I have to get to bed at 11 o'clock to catch my 6 hours when lucky. Oof. I only have to wake up at 4 a.m. is when I drive the bike to work. Parking downtown Seattle is a lot of money and inconsistent mass transit options, especially with all the ripped up roads downtown. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, right. They like having access to water and sewage, don't they? Let's give them multiple connections just to be on the safe side. On mobile, that is why I spell like, well, bad, no worries with I am fluent in typo. They already have power. The bridges are capable of conducting power. It's only the sewage and the water that they don't conduct without outside help. Oh, look at that. We're so close now. Now, we can do... Oh, no, we actually can't do districting yet. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, it's standard in City Skylines, too. You only have to worry about power if you're connecting things directly, like along highways. Highways do not conduct power, but you can upgrade them so that they do conduct power. But you always have to manage the water lines and the sewer lines for highways and bridges and things like that. Residential streets, normal city streets, they will already have the lines buried under them for water, for sewage, and for power. Okay, so we'll let that develop a little bit. I'm thinking this might be a nice area for a little bit of residential. Might be possibly a little bit noisier, but let's do a little low density in here. Oh, so close. Put that there, and then I'll do some... Oops. Few stores in here to take advantage of this parking lot. And actually, we've got a fair bit of commercial demand, so maybe I'll just go ahead and do a little bit more there, too. Easy to see it is not about Denmark, or heat would also be a standard thing in underground pipes. I expect that's going to make its way back into Cities 2 at some point. Because they do have full time of year, like with seasons and all of that. Currently we are in summer. It's 30 degrees Celsius and it's raining. So it does do the full year round with autumn and winter. And if you are in a map that gets cold enough, that means in winter you can get snow. So I fully expect that at some point we are going to have to deal with, you know, heating and stuff like that as well. And it would be consistent with the way Cities 2 does things to have that go in with, you know, I don't really like this intersection. For that to go in with, you know, having options for how you deal with that kind of thing. Where are we? Maybe I was on the right track. That's a little sharper than I would like. Would be interesting if pedestrians tripped in snow sometimes. Yeah, that would be fun. Hey, Greenie, how's it going? Here, hang on a second here. There we are. How did the rest of your Tokyo stream go last night? Ghostwire Tokyo. That game does look seriously fun. I need to check that out. I guess I'll make do with that. That should be okay. I just don't like how tight this turn is. Trying to wake up? For all that I've been awake for close to 4 hours now, more than 4 hours actually now that I think about it, I'm still kind of trying to wake up myself. Some hairy fights in there last night, but I have found every relic collectible now, opened up the entire map. Now I just gotta find all the Tanuki, and you should be done except for the main story. That's awesome. Ugh. There we go. Grand Village. The city is coming along nicely. Okay, so what did we want? We want... How many points do I have? I have only 4 points. We probably want the recycle center.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage.
There is no water shortage.
Toilet, cut back on
We'll get the
watering the lawn, and
college.
shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement. You're listening to Second Moon.
And we'll get the emergency battery station. What the heck?
Who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of the classical genre.
Doing a thing. Nightingale has their free open stress test this weekend, so I figure I'd download that and check it out. Oh, that's amazing, Greenie. Wait a minute. Nightingale. That's the one you've brought up a number of times now. I think I remember. Describe the gameplay to me. It's kind of Valheim-ish, but more steampunky, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? Or am I wrong about that?
Of the form, and all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts.
Okay.
Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue. Professor
The Victorian era
traveler
base
from
building
my
where you
homeland,
traverse different realms
I
of
long
Fae.
to
Yeah,
hear
steampunk.
too
Yeah,
speak
okay.
of the anguish
That
of
is
my
actually pretty
soul.
exciting that that's coming out. That's really cool.
There now, my good
Yeah,
fellow.
X-Wing. Last time I streamed it was before the CPU upgrade. I was just
Leave
trying it
that
out
to
with
those
the GPU,
chaps.
and we were
Here's
still
a tune
having
just
some
for you, and I
issues
do hope it provides
with
you
performance, so I started a new city to see if that would fare better, and we're just continuing on with that. Although I am capable of running both cities now. Gordlandia seems to run pretty well with the new upgrades in place. It's supposed to release on the 22nd of this month. Oh my god, everything is out this month. Persona 3 Reload is available today, and I've got that. I'm not going to stream that one, though, I don't think. That one, I'm planning on finally doing my... Like, I'm going to do some more Shardpunk, which is the one that I did recording of and released, like, half a year ago. I released, like, one video of that. I'm going to do more of that one, but I'm also going to begin a playthrough of Persona 3 with the Reload version, and I'm going to upload that as well. So that's going to be where I really start to take off that part of my YouTube journey. I just have to decide if I'm going to use the channel that I used to use for it, or if I should put it on my main YouTube. I can't decide.
What some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today we are talking about the increased likelihood.
Water trade. Yeah, what are they talking about? Water availability. Water availability is through the roof. We're good.
Everybody is dying. That gives me the creep.
No, this one is called Vinings. Right here, you can see the name. I think you. Yeah, you can see the name.
The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You
Okay.
go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back.
Now that we've got this, we should be capable of doing some forestry stuff. So I think let's get in here, and we're going to extend our roads a little bit. So we're going to do some dirt roads up here. Oh, let's do straight roads. Just put that in there. Leave a gap of about 4. Go there. There we are. Oh, we can do districts now, too. That's really fun. All right. Think I'm going to have some ice cream now. It's always time for ice cream? That sounds amazing, Greenie. What flavor are you getting? Okay, yes. That's got the thing. This one will drag out to about here. That'll do. Store had BOGO ice creams, peanut butter bourbon truffle, and Denali chocolate peanut butter mousse tracks. Curious. I don't think I've ever heard of that kind of stuff. The peanut butter mousse tracks sound potentially pretty good. I'm having trouble imagining brown peanut butter bourbon truffle, though. I guess it depends. I assume it's chocolate truffle, right? Not like the fungus truffle. There we go. Truffle would be chocolate truffle, yes. Okay, that sounds really good then. And the brown peanut butter bourbon truffle is so good. Yeah, I would have to try that. Come on. There we go. Just put a few industrial bits in here. And then we had some ore over here. Let's just double check on that. Yeah, okay. Oh, we have offices now. I was waiting on those. I've made a dessert before with brown butter and bourbon whiskey. Ooh, that sounds good. Brown butter is butter cooked so that it becomes like a silky smooth sauce. Yeah, I've heard of that before. I've never made it. Oh, shoot. We can't do ore mining yet. We need milestone 7 for that. Crap. But we can do grain farming. So, well, we can't fill in the rest of this. We can come over here and do the other thing that I was planning. That was over here. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to put the building right over here, if it'll let me. Resource available. Yes. Okay, so it's concerned with where the resource is available within its purview there. So we'll come down to about here. Okay. Oh, Why? What? Not enough water. Ah, yes. I did the one bridge, but not the other bridge. Okay, now we got a new milestone, and that means we also got new new abilities to buy land. So I'm thinking maybe some tiles out this way would be good. And then around here, maybe... Actually, maybe I'll just get these right there. So that's the 6 allotments I've got. And then on this little bar here, I can build a college area. So let's just preemptively get in here and... smooth out these contour lines a little bit. Alright, that's probably good for now. I can get more details as I need to. So, let's see. How big is the college? Actually, I don't know if this is even big enough for... yep, that should work. So we can put a little college spot in over here. How is our general education? Looks like we're good. I know they did release an update recently, and it was supposed to help address some of the issues with high school attendance. I don't know how much. So that's another thing I'm looking forward to. Okay, so we've got our bigger road over here.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
The leader of the City Services Division is with us in the studio today to talk about why they're contracting with outside agencies to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going to be costly, Mr. Councilman?
Oh, well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it. Should we be worried?
I expect the residents would be more distressed if key services became unavailable. Their quality of life is very important to them.
But so is their money. We'll be back after this.
And on to our main feature.
There we
street.
go.
The commercial district
Brand
is
new
booming
college.
as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Put that in over there, and let's see. Oh, districting. Okay, so we should also plan some districts here while I'm thinking about that. So district creation, I think we're going to start one over here. It's going to come up and basically follow this road. Down to the highway and back. So that'll be one. Then we're going to have another one that's basically just going to be this for now, and I'll expand that as necessary. So we can call that Heatherway and Lafayette Crest. That works. Hamilton Crossing. Okay, and you know, maybe this can come all the way out here. We can adjust as necessary, of course. Now that we've got this, should probably try to fulfill... Oh, we got some more residential demand going in. That's good. But I was thinking here, it would be good to have some commercial interests. So we're going to put in a nice little strip right there. Now, do we have any transit options? Okay, that's an outside bus. It seems a bit early. We have 1,000 people living in this town. Transit doesn't seem like it should be a high priority. Just gonna drag a bit of an alleyway out this way. And we are going to put in, nope, it's not transit. We're going to put in a nice parking lot. Can we do a very large? I don't think we can do very large. I could do this, though. So we'll put in the library right there. And then we can expand the college as needed. There we go. I'm not going to eliminate the fee, but we're going to drastically reduce it. I think I'm going to relocate this, actually. Let's take this, and we're going to stick it on this island out here. If I can get it to place. Oh, 3-minute warning, guys. We have an ad break coming up in about 3 minutes. Okay, we're going to put that there. Then I need to redo the connection because I just obliterated that. Oh, actually, it's not going to like that, is it? They pretty specifically want only the sewage connection. Oh, is that not connected? Are you kidding me? There we go. Okay. Where the heck did I connect this to? That's so weird. I guess I didn't have a lot of development down here at the time. Actually, thinking back, I don't think I had any. So I guess it makes sense. Now we'll see if this has the same problem we had in the other city, where this is just going to stay here forever and ever and ever, or if it will eventually disappear. Oh, look at that. We actually have 10 students in college. Definitely justifies the investment. Okay. If we can't do buses, we can at least do taxis, right? Oh, we have taxis. Okay, never mind. We're good. Where is my taxi depot then? Oh, we will have to find that in a few minutes, guys. Looks like I need to start that break, so if you need to get up and grab some food or drink or a snack or something, this is a really good time to do it, and I will meet you back here in about 3.5 to 5.
But remember, who would you hear?
That's Carlos, you fucker.
Thank you so much for playing, but you've doomed the whole human race. Yep. Yep. These games, they will mock you viciously for failure. Oh my god. They have my tartan. That's amazing. Hey, Mad. Interesting that they chose this particular tartan of the Clan McLeod.
Taking you down! Gotcha! Can't take all of us!
How many times do I hear that a day? Nope, can't take all of us. Right before I take all of them. There we go.
Spider-Man 1, robbers 0.
Just some routine, controlled demolition. Nothing to be concerned with. Like the fact that some armed man just took away my cell phone.
Best idea of that
Viva
all day.
Medici.
Oops. Well, I guess I didn't really need that helicopter specifically. Moderate damage. Serious damage. Whoops. Had you eaten a few less donuts during the mission, you might have cleared that rock, Roger. Hey, I have not eaten one single donut. Excuse me, game. Oh, that's the ISS Enterprise F, I believe. Or is that the F or the E? No, that's definitely Odyssey class.
Hell, get us out of here now. Maximum. You're just keep fighting. Enterprise is lying to you.
Well fought. Perhaps my choice of ally.
So the captain really just is basically in charge of the lights then, is what I'm gathering. Oh, you look really freaky. Sorry, Edgar. Holy crap, he was a scary one. I like that. Ghostly remains? Nice. It's amazing how little I care about the stalkers these days. What the hell was that? Oh, nice. Ah! Oh, you picked a very good time to show up again, Uthgar. Thank you. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Thank you. Now, it looks like we've actually got a fair bit of high-density residential demand, which is interesting. Maybe I should put some of that near the college. Let's start planning out a little bit of the network around this area here. So we're going to do some curved roads. Okay, we don't have all of it. We can do low rent housing, which honestly, that's actually probably appropriate for this type of area with the college. So maybe we'll just do a run of this stuff here. And we'll do a little bit more commercial in here. We'll see how that develops. Oh, and wait a minute, I don't have a taxi depot? Oh shoot, okay, I thought I did. Where would be a good spot for a taxi depot then? Maybe somewhere off this road up here. Closer to the highway. I guess we have out-of-city taxis operating in the area. Well, now we have our own local taxi depot. Our very first local mass transit option. There we go. And I don't think we need the garage extension just yet. And what district is this? Broad Springs. Put a taxi shelter outside of the college entrance. We'll put one by the high school as well. And let's take a look at this area. This is kind of a major commercial / industrial sort of zone. Probably benefit from some taxi stuff. So we'll put one. Those are homes. Right there will do. And maybe up here. There we go. I think that'll be fine for now. Oh, let's not forget over here. Okay, we've got a lot of forestry going on. That's pretty nice. Don't have a lot of crop growth going. Can't say I'm shocked about that. So what does everybody have planned for the weekend? Let's get some offices in over here. And here. Over there. Hey, Red Fox, it's going good. How are you doing? Meeting up with some friends tomorrow for a housewarming party. Oh, that sounds fun. I hope that goes well. I'm glad to hear that, Red Fox.
Lawkeeper Red Fox UK Cov just advanced. 13 months. I kept receiving broken yo-yos from the new monthly yo-yo subscription. But I can't really complain, they did say that there were no strings attached.
Thank you so much for the resub. 13 months of support. That's amazing, Red Fox. Alright, now we've got our elementary school here. Probably going to want some commercial in over here. So let's do... I think we'll do a block maybe right there. And right there. And then we'll put offices in the middle. And here on the end. Okay, I guess we've already used up the office demand. This little area's grown up pretty nicely. Do we need the lights here, I wonder? I think that's working okay without the light, but it's also nighttime. There's not really much traffic. It might be a little hard to say. I do wonder, because of the density of the spaces here, it might be a good idea to provide at least some sort of parking here. Though there's honestly... yeah, oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. I left 0 room for parking. We're gonna have to make do with parking on the street, I guess.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the...
Okay, I think I'm going to leave a little space here, because I'm going to probably put another road going up alongside the...
anti-pasto movement. So, without further
alongside
ado,
the cemetery here.
And begin.
And put some more offices in there. Oh, except, wait a minute. We don't have enough office demand, do we? As for now, we can make it commercial. I suppose I can still zone in the offices. It can just fill in as needed. Oh, like that. Oh, geez, we just got to milestone 4, and we're already more than halfway towards 5. That's pretty nice. I think there are some areas in here where I intended to have some more office space as well. Like here would probably be good. I'll let that fill in when it gets to it. And maybe down here as well. Oof.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Fire, huh? I don't see anything. Oh, there it is. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll probably weather the storm all right. Okay, now I had built this up with the intention of adding some more residential stuff. Let's get some more stuff planned in. Go. Oh, I should also consider adding in one of these oh my god, I have succeeded in actually spending quite a lot of money. Okay. Maybe I should slow that down some. I'm used to the other city where we're basically raking it in. So no recycle center for the time being. Let's work on boosting our population. Gonna get some medium residential in here. And here in the core of this zone. Just probably leave it at that. And then maybe we'll do some row housing on the edge here. I thought there was a way when you're zoning stuff that you could decide where the zoning was going to appear. I would rather have it on this street than on this one. How do you do that? I wonder if maybe that's under the road options. Maybe I'm wrong. $70 students. Okay, what do we got going on here? No subsidy expenses. Service upkeep. What the heck is taking up so much? Oh. Oh. You know, I have a feeling it's that college. How much is the college costing us? Yep, 200,000 a month. If I were to shut the college down, we'd be in the green immediately. I really don't want to do that, though. We do still have our flat 10% tax. Give a small incentive to lumber-based businesses. Oh, look at this. They do seem to have done a little bit with the high school. It's actually much closer in usage to the elementary school. Fire hazard is pretty abysmal. That's scary. Crime probability 2%. Current number of criminals 0. Alright, well maybe that's an area where we can save a little bit. Temporarily at least. Reduce the budget to maybe 70. $80 for fire and rescue. And $50 for education. Renamar, how you doing? Good to see you. No, you had not mentioned it. That's really cool. What's the occasion? Yeah, I think we can probably afford to not have an or not to have lights there. Things still going smoothly here. Looks like it. Passport renewal this time. Could have waited a bit longer, but I was reminded that once spring break starts, processing times will probably get longer. Yeah, it's not the kind of thing that, you know, you're gonna regret taking care of earlier anyway. It's the sort of thing that can be nice to have out of the way. Just gotta go along these roads here and identify any issues with inappropriate traffic lights that have popped up without my noticing. I think we're generally pretty clear of them, though.
Delightful. Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice.
I don't love this bridge.
Got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Its lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself. Let's see. Y'all got soul. Oh, yes.
Connection just dropped? Oh, sorry to hear that.
My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk.
I'll be back for 3 weeks as it is, as they say they can expedite a renewal in 2 weeks. I was just saying that, you know, renewing your passport, that's the kind of thing you're not actually ever going to regret having taken care of that in advance, right?
Modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological structures.
And yours expires at the end of May, yeah, so it's a good time to take care of that then, before it becomes a problem.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
The leader of the City Services Division
a lot of people out here
in the studio today to talk about why they're contracting with outside agencies to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going to be costly, Mr. Councilman?
Oh, well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control. Services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it. Should we be worried?
I expect the residents would be more distressed if key services became unavailable. Their quality of life is very important to them.
One player in my D&D group last year forgot to renew his and only found out the week before he and his husband were due to be in France for a holiday. Oh, God. He was in the doghouse for a bit. Yep, I bet. That's not the ideal time to learn. Oh, my God. Wow. Okay, so there actually is a fair bit of fire going on. Jessica, how are you doing? What's going on? Here, let me get you shout-outs. Guys, if you're not following Jessica, she's a fantastic friend of the channel and content creator. How's ESO been treating you, Jessica? There we go. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I've never really seen this before myself. They did just... Oh, there's more up here too? What the heck? They did just update the game, though. There was a fairly significant patch that came out recently. Maybe that has something to do with it. Doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's a pretty good day so far. I'm having to adjust my sleep schedule. I'm temporarily having to do the early riser thing, which I'm not thrilled about, but what can you do, right? So that's a little bit weird, but it means that it's been an oddly productive day. Normally I get up and then I have to rush to get ready to feed myself and whatnot before I have to stream. Today I was, basically up and active and drinking coffee by 9 o'clock with 3 hours to go before I had to start. Adjusting sleep schedule is hard, I can relate. Yep. Oof. Where was that other bit of fire? That was out this way. Looks like that one might already be out. That was your day today? Your first meeting was at 7 a.m.? Ugh, fun. Okay, it looks like I've gotten this mostly under control. I think we'll be okay. Now... Okay, no, I didn't take crematorium. I think we're going to put in some more residential in this area right here. And I'm going to start building up a little bit of the commercial in this area too. Let's go right here and here and there. And because we've got a fair number of customers here, maybe we'll do a bit there as well. Oh, what the heck? You haven't even been built yet. How dare you? Okay, it looks fine. Oh, I may have made an error. This Park Street here, that's not gonna work the way it is. That's gotta be a larger, higher capacity street. I think I'm gonna have to upgrade this right away. I've got way too many higher density buildings here for this to be low density. And then let's There. Oh, traffic accident. We haven't had many of those in this city yet. That's fun. That's not good. I don't think they normally pull into the garage of burning buildings to put them out, do they? I mean, far be it from me to question the wisdom of the fire department, but maybe I should put their budget back up. I think they need more training. Also, what happened to the fire truck? Is it not coming back out of there? Okay, these guys are starting to get rent priced out. Corundum Condos, a modern classic that puts a smile on the faces of its inhabitants. That's a really nice building. Let's put this near the college area. Maybe we'll put this right in here, actually. Tiny town. There we go. Okay, now... I don't want to tempt myself to build a university when we're struggling to pay for the college. Oh, yeah, we do have the recycling center. We want... crematorium. It seems to me that maybe having the fire watch towers and firefighting helicopter depot is not a terrible idea on this map. I don't have enough points to get water yet. And I think I will open up trains. I'm pretty sure we have train access, don't we? Yes, we do. kind of looking at this, trying to figure out the best way to take advantage. We're gonna need a rail yard. It's gonna be a little pricey. I have very limited space to put a rail yard in, don't I? Oh, but actually that's not true. I can grab that to make things a lot easier for myself. And that leaves me with 3 more.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. Has anyone seen my keys? My keys! What? We're in the air?
There. Okay.
sorry
That'll make it
about that. It's,
infinitely
nothing
easier.
important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good.
Okay.
Here they are.
So I'm not going to work on that right this
Thank
second,
you for listening
but
to,
that will be a really good opportunity
And
to
on to our
put
main
in
feature story. The
a
commercial
nice
district is
industrial
booming as the area is
train
attracting
connection
more
there.
high-end stores,
And
bringing
maybe
the latest
some
in
commuter
luxury
stuff,
to
too.
our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business. and
Higher
good
priority,
for the
I think.
community.
Thanks, Jim.
We do want this
Good
fire
backup.
watch tower. I'm going to put this in right
Industry
there.
in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Oh man, the firefighting helicopter depot, that's expensive as heck. That's not happening. Okay, they're still good. Let's get some more commercial in down here, I think. Oh, we can do mixed housing. Awesome. All right, we're going to do some of that up here. Oh, except, yeah, I don't have any demand for it, but other than that, that's pretty cool. Oh, I wanted to check out the traffic flow over this way. It still seems to be doing pretty good. We're now at over 2,000 people, almost 2,500 people. Like maybe once we get up towards 5K, we might start to hit a point where it'll be worthwhile thinking about public transport. Not necessarily actually implementing public transport, but thinking about it. Although the city is kind of spread out, it might not be the worst idea to have at least a simple bus service. Hey, we're profitable again. I wonder how I can sabotage that. Let's remind me, where is air pollution? Oh, okay. Oh, actually, air pollution flowing that way? That's perfect. That means I don't have to worry about this whole putting the train station in thing. That's actually ideal. This area is getting a little bit dense with the pollution, so I gotta be careful about that. Let's put... Oh, we've already got some office zoned in there.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The fire and rescue service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby
Another
forest.
one.
The billowing clouds of smoke pose a
And
serious
here.
health risk to anyone nearby.
Wow.
At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Can't help but notice that it's not actually leaving burned forest in its wake, though. That's a little weird. So what's everyone got going on this weekend? I hope you're all doing all right. I think I am going to start bridging across here, and I think we're going to start developing this area. I think we're going to do a recycle center up here before I start putting in the railway links. So let's take this road, Chestnut Street here. Oh man, I still don't have the larger roads, do I? Come on. 10 meters. Okay, so we got that. want to see if I can tunnel under this effectively. There we go. Weird that that one takes up so much more space, but okay. I guess that works. Rail yard. I think we're going to put this back this way a little bit. Let me see. Oh, that's actually, that's very, no, that's not demolish it. I have to temporarily stick it somewhere else. That'll do. Just kind of setting myself up for failure there. Oh, that's so freaking tight. Oh, it's too tight. Okay, hang on. 3-minute warning, guys. That'll probably work.
Benfleet Games just gave 1 bit. I tipped my psychic an extra $20 the other day. She was a very happy medium. How does a train eat? It choo-choos.
How does a train eat? It choo-choos. Thank you, Ben, for the bit. I appreciate it. Super interesting. What's up, Greenie? What's up with the playtest? You choose what your ancestors look like and then modify, and that can modify what your character looks like from what... Yeah, I've seen that feature before, actually. That's really cool. I think they did that in Fallout 3 to an extent. Not like your distant ancestors, more your parents, but I believe Red Dead Redemption had something similar to that as well, if I'm not mistaken. That's a cool way of doing it. What's the great news, Ben? Also, just a quick reminder, we do have an ad break coming up in less than a minute, like 30 seconds or so.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Smooth out this coast area, too.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Your PC is operational. That's amazing, Ben. Congratulations. That is excellent news. Okay, that slope there is going to be slightly problematic, but I think we can handle that. So when I get back from break, we'll have to further figure out what we're doing with this thing. Looks like I've kind of placed it awkwardly, but I don't know that I've got room to do it better. We might need to revisit that a little later on. This weekend, you're going to have fun setting it up? That's awesome, Ben. All right, guys, I will be back in about 3.5 to 5 minutes. If you guys need to get up and grab some food or drink or a snack or something, this is a really good time to do it. We are going to have some ads running, but I will be running clips while they are on, so you're not going to miss anything. Oops.
This yours?
Oop. Bad hunter killer. Oh, what are you? Get out of here, you son of a gun. Oh, jeez. No. Nope. Nope. No, 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 no. Bad frickin' crab squid.
It might seem strange, but it'll keep her safe from timefall and chiral contamination, while allowing her to breathe.
Excuse me. Ferengi Pack-led, my god. Seriously, you can be Pack-led? Rigelian, Saurian, Tellarite, Trill, Vulcan, and Alien. Wait, what? Alien, as opposed to...
Take it. Now you'll see why I'm the most dangerous assassin on Taris.
You cannot win.
I don't know, we're doing pretty decently so far. Sorry, I didn't actually mean to kill you. Now I'm terrified because I've got so many companions, it's inevitable that one of them is going to set some of these off and I'm just going to get whacked. Like that, for example. How am I only now realizing that I can have 3 active characters? What the hell? You're knocking out achievements too? Oh my god.
What was that?
Gerd. You're as bad as Piper. My god, stop standing in my line of literal fire. Oh, you what? Nice. Thousand-year flood. The river bursts its banks and rising water covers the land for miles around. Not for 1,000 years has the river flooded to such an extent.
Did you ever build a castle in the air? Here is one. Brought down to earth and fixed for the wonder of ages.
I forgot I was building the Taj Mahal. I have no choice. Whoa, 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 whoa. Damn it. Oh no, where? Oh, shoot. Alright, I am back. Also installed a doorbell cam. That's awesome. I hope that went well as well. Okay, it's kind of a waste of money, but I'm gonna move that there. Oh, yeah. Yikes. Okay. Let's level some of this land to about the level of that track. I'll smooth some of it out as necessary. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Greenie. So what is going on with that, the playtest, Greenie? Now that I've got the rail yard in place, I should be able to build the rest of it. Let's get a cargo train terminal right off the bat. I want the rail yard. Yeah, I want the rail yard on this side. So let's put this... I'll put this up here. I'm going to smooth this out. Make it look a little bit less nasty. Oh, you mean it's available right now? I thought it was still upcoming. That's interesting, Greenie. That is very interesting. I did not realize that. Okay, cargo train. I think that's going to go down this way. That means I'm going to need another road spur. Play. Oh, free for the weekend. Basically, server stress testing and such. Okay, that's very cool. That is very cool. I didn't realize that's what was going on. Okay. Trains at different elevations. The ground's at different elevations. God, I keep forgetting how big these things are. Your micro Lego came in today? Very nice. Which sets were those again? Is that the right elevation or the right location?
Does anyone see my keys?
No.
Keys.
Man, it's still too big.
One here. Oh! Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good. Here they are. Well, never mind then. Thank you for listening to Second Moon.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere.
Not the mini Lego you got
in the
last
city.
time,
Road
even
maintenance
smaller.
services have
Nice.
already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until
Okay,
everything
this
clears
looks
up.
like it's
If you're
reasonable.
in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right.
Cherry Tree Treehouse. That sounds very cool.
Good news. We're joined today
Okay,
by
we're
an
gonna do
expert
that.
guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the
Okay,
sound of
that looks
What
good.
we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
I don't know where I'm gonna fit in any kind of passenger train here. I guess I could try to fit one in up here if I wanted to. There we go. The heck? Hey Boydum, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm not used to this particular, the continuous tool. It's kind of weirding me out a little bit. Like maybe I'm trying to use it too much like the other tools. And oddly enough, it's not working quite the way I expect. There we go. That will not do. Curve is too tight. Shoot. There we go. So we'll get routes out to each of the neighboring cities. And that'll give our industry a pretty big bump. There we go. Oh. It's not going to give much of a bump if I don't connect them to essential services. I keep forgetting about the bridges. I'm so happy I don't own a 3K brick. I don't blame you, Ben. I had thoughts like that as well. When I first got my video card, I took my computer apart, installed everything, installed the new power supply, installed the card and all. And why is that? What? Oh! Right. I guess this needs to be connected, doesn't it? Yeah, so I got everything installed in the case, and I turned it on, and absolutely nothing happened. It would not even power on, let alone boot successfully. So that was joyous fun. Luckily, it turned out to be an easy fix. After a little investigation, I noticed that I did not have the power button on the case wired into the motherboard, which means that pressing the power button was doing nothing. So, go figure. Turns out it works better when you have that connected properly. Okay. I don't particularly love that. Let's see if I can upgrade some of these tracks. I think this track needs to be double. Oh, it didn't like that.
How delightful. Another
I'll wait
letter
till this
from
train gets
our
out of the way
erstwhile
before I do the
listeners.
next upgrade.
What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Oh, let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself, Let's see here. Y'all got soul. Oh, yes, soul. A raison d'etre? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you
I'm
got
starting to
playing
wonder
the
if maybe I
keys
should add in the
got
second
more
rail.
funk in his pinky.
Yeah, the
But I
second
told
stop.
her, that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
The leader of the City Services Division is
COD
with
is
us
getting
in
way
the
too big of a
studio
game?
today
How
to
so?
talk about why they're contracting with outside agencies to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going to be costly, Mr. Councilman?
Oh, well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it.
Oh, in terms of actual
I
drive
expect the
space.
residents would be more
Yeah,
distressed if
yeah,
key
I can
services
see that.
became unavailable.
I can see
Their
that.
quality of life is very important to them.
But so is their money. We'll be back after this.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate.
That's going to
Or
be a
so my
pain in
wife
the
tells
butt.
me. That's good for business and
I have to
good
redo
for the
these
community.
and that.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Really? Okay, there, that works. I feel sorry for the people who think we are getting an early spring. They are calling for one. which is no guarantee that it's actually going to happen. I would be pretty happy if it didn't happen, though. Unpopular opinion, possibly. God, space is... How is space so tight here? This is ridiculous. What we're gonna have to do is... Come on. Maybe not quite that much. Six and a half more weeks of winter because that's when the spring equinox is. Yeah, but it's the weather that people are concerned with, not the equinox. I don't think most people particularly care about the equinox and when that occurs. As long as it's warm, they're gonna be happy. Yeah, and what I'm saying is that people aren't going to care that it's winter as long as it's warm. There we go. That works better. You care if it's warm or not because of your job? Yeah, that's fair. There we go. That works a lot better. All right. Now, which is Route 1? That's Route 1. Oh, we can do post... Have I not done post offices yet? Shame on me for not doing post offices. Just learned some really sad news. Is it actually really sad? If it's genuinely sad and the kind of thing that I'm going to have to cope with live on stream in front of an audience, do not tell me. If it's just kind of sort of sad, but not really a big deal, then that's fine. Let's put it over here. Carl Weathers died. That's the kind of thing, generally speaking, you probably shouldn't tell streamers when they're live on stream. As it happens, I'm not super familiar with who Carl Weathers actually is. So, that's probably okay. I mean, it's not okay. That's sad. But as far as telling me on stream, then that's okay-ish. Okay. That should be fine. I can't believe I didn't set up post service. Oh, him. Oh, that is sad. He was good. I like The Mandalorian. I have to stop the playing, but if you get a little bit of free time this weekend, check it out. I didn't do too much, but what I did seems right up your alley. Yeah, I'm interested in the game, Greenie. I don't think I am going to have time on the weekend, unfortunately. But I will see if I can arrange to have at least a little bit. I've got a lot of stuff I've got to do this weekend, though. But we'll see. I would like to check it out if I can. I'm pretty okay with checking it out once I am a little more set in my sleep schedule, and once it's more generally available. There and here. It's probably good for that area. There should be good. There we go. And let's not forget these guys. Don't think it would be allowed for live stream, but I might be able to record and upload a private video. I wouldn't risk it, Greenie. The game's gonna be out soon enough. It's coming out this year, isn't it? I think that should be fine. Don't put your channel at risk. We all do, Ben. There's so much from last year. Oh my god, those fires are still going? Then again, I think I've had the game paused for quite some time now. Let's give this a go. That's cargo route 1, so it should hop up there. Yeah. 900 viewers out there. That doesn't necessarily mean it's okay to stream it. That just means that it's, you know, people are streaming it. Hopefully, it's okay to stream it. Hopefully. Okay, what do we got going on here? Okay, so industry is already using it. We've got some rock from the quarry coming through.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage.
We do not have a water
Consider installing
shortage.
a low-flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has
Our
been a
water
local
is
public
fine.
service announcement. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour of musical delight. Tonight, we are doing a musical tour of Italia. Land of art and culture. Que bon, as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi.
Okay, so that's brought in textiles, livestock, steel,
Industry in
rock,
the region is on the
food,
rise,
vegetables,
and
and
when business
timber.
is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today, we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
Okay. Oh, that one's a little bit closer, actually. Why do we have so many fires? What the heck? We could use some rain. Minerals, paper, textiles, beverages, vegetables, and grain. Stress test closes at 9 p.m. tonight, and it was only for people who signed up for it, so the half hour I got to play will be it since you gotta work. Yeah, and if it's 9 p.m. tonight, I'm gonna be streaming until 6 p.m., and then I would have, at best, like half an hour, and I never signed up for the playtest, so I likely won't have access to it anyway. That's okay. I can be patient. It's not like I have a shortage of stuff to work on in the meantime. Food and vegetables. It looks like we're exporting a little bit. Paper, convenience food, minerals, rock, plastics, food, and livestock. Oh, we have trucks arriving. What are we doing here? That's a garbage truck. Okay, so we do have local businesses apparently buying from the warehouse at the train terminal. That's cool. So they're buying beverages. What is Crazy Colibri? Okay, so that's yeah, that's a local commercial area. That's cool. Killed some wolves, built a smelter, a tanning station, and started a foundation for an actual structure. It looks really pretty. It is perfectly in line with the content goals I have for the channel going forward. So I am definitely going to have to check it out when it becomes more of a, you know, a released kind of thing. I'm very much looking forward to it. That's very terrifying looking. Oh, paused, right. Okay, let's name these routes a little better. That's the Ferrenden line. The other one, Rogat. Halal Kennedy Fried Chicken and Hero King. Very cool, Vera Johnson. First PC stream will hopefully be next week. I will keep my fingers crossed for you, Ben. That is exciting. Alright, let's upgrade you. We've got a fair bit of medium density. Put one of those in. Do wish I had more time to check things out, because I saw some structures in the distance I wanted to check out, like a ship just laying there in the middle of the forest. I love it when they do stuff like that, though, Greenie. When they have structures like that, it's really fun to just pick your destination and go explore. That's one of the things I love about that kind of game. So I get ya. I don't have a lot of experience with heroes, but I love shawarma. I used to eat that a fair bit when I went out to eat more often on lunch breaks. Back when I was actively working as a game designer. Shawarma's real good. I've had it a few times since. Okay. We're almost halfway to milestone 6. Kind of thinking I should put another Firewatch tower in, because we've got this circle of flame here, and it is actually kind of close to the rail yard. So I think maybe right there might not be so terrible. Had it once at a Jewish food festival. It's hard to find, but this one place has it. It's not hard to find around here. It's actually fairly common around here, where I am. I found a metal fastening pin from as early as 50 years ago. A fastening pin for what? I did get a screenshot of the ship too. Posted that one? Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Greenie. I will check that out on my next break, which is actually coming up fairly soon. Not like in 3 minutes, but not too much more than that. Okay. Oh, we're right on the line there. No idea what it was for. It was unearthed last year when they were doing repairs to the roof of the basement garage. Yeah, it's funny you talk about it like 50 years is a long time ago. It really doesn't seem that long ago.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest.
Yep.
The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby.
Uh-huh.
At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Okay, we have adequate access to fire services, I think. But it actually does remind me that I need to look at my districting. I think we need a district up here. Pinewood Crossing. There we go. In an artifact case, 50 years ago is a long time? I'll take your word for it. I'm 40 and still find it surprising how fast that time went. I feel like the generational divide is, if you remember dial-up internet, you are from my generation. Yep. The cars can get interesting at times. Okay, the other thing I wanted to put in that I haven't done yet, well, I'm still thinking about maybe a passenger station, but there's also the matter of Garbage management. I can't afford a recycling center at the moment. Hey, it looks like we've crossed back over into profitability. That's not bad.
You're listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the...
Gord's internet growing up was yelling into a tin can on a string. You are not wrong about that, Greenie.
Let's move now
The internet
from
technically
a
existed when I was a kid, but it was not available to anyone outside of universities.
correspondence from a listener.
We didn't actually
My
have home
dear
access, or even access anywhere really to
Whereas
internet
I make
until
no
I was a...
apology for my erudite,
I don't even want to say. I think it was possible to have access to it when I was a teenager, but I don't think I actually got access to it until I was an adult.
expertise derives merely from a life
As a
devoted
teenager, I mostly used BBSs.
Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue. Professor Hornbuckle.
My building was erected 50 years ago, which is why I say it's at least 50, as it was buried when these buildings were erected. Yeah, but 50 years ago, that's not a long time ago. That is not a long time ago. That is within the lifetime of people in this community.
Leave that to those poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
AOL was
The
mailing
leader of the
everyone
City
floppy
Services
disks. Yep.
Division is with us in the studio today to talk about why they're contracting with outside agencies to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going to be costly, Mr. Councilman?
Oh, well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying
Radio
for it.
masts.
Should we be worried?
I
we
expect
should-
the residents
oh my
would be
god, I don't have
noticed
radio
if these
masts up
services
yet.
became unavailable. Their quality of life is very important to them.
But so is their money. We'll be back after this.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more.
Oh, there we go.
high-end
3-minute
stores,
warning, guys.
bringing
We
the
have
latest in luxury to our neighborhood.
an
You
ad
can
break coming
now
up in
shop
about
for
3
designer
minutes.
shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Okay. Oh, I can't use the highway for that. It could very well be older, but without a metallurgist, you can't tell how old it is. Yep, that's fair. I just refuse to accept that 50 is a long time ago. There we go. That should cover just about everybody. More than 3,000 people now. I have an old Confederate dollar that is very old and rather taped and somehow got into my dad's hands. That's a mystery I would like to have solved someday. Oh, you mean like a paper bill? That's interesting. Alright guys, it is time for me to take my break now though, so if you guys need to get up and grab anything, this is a really good time to do it. It is after 3 o'clock, so I'm going to take this opportunity to go and make myself some tea. So I'll be about 6 to 8 minutes or thereabouts, so I'll be back shortly. I'll be running clips while the ads are on. No! Hey, whoa! Rude! I'm blowing you up, not the other way. Ow! Damn it! Whoa! Piper. Are you okay? What the heck? You talk to Honorial Eight Eyes. She is the representative of the Pathfinder Society and can organize custom mercenaries for you to fill any role in the party you might happen to want that the main characters in the game do not fulfill. So you can create any custom character you care to try out. Oh my god. Well,
what?
The commander.
You can't outrun me.
The commander. Rangers lit reinforcements are coming. Oh man. The commander leaped off to his own death.
Hey, what? Die, worm.
It just occurred to me that mixing medicine and alcohol is a really stupid and possibly lethal thing to do. If I were a real person instead of a lovably inept cartoon character with the potential for a few more sequels, I wouldn't even consider it.
The channel. Eld, please prepare a comfy seat for our guest.
Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that.
That's odd. It's supposed to cause drowsiness. I don't feel the least bit drowsy.
In fact, I feel,
There you are. What? Ruined. That was a perfectly lined up shot. The hell? Oh my god, that was amazing. See, I'm not the only one. The NCPD does it too. Oh, they've still... This is our first direct sighting of an actual ancient guardian. That's so cool. I love it. Okay, Uthgard, I'm gonna need you to be real careful here. No. You try and warn them. Yeah, don't forget to clip, guys. I want some good Halloween-y clips for October this year. When something happens to me or I do stuff. I'm clipping myself when I think of it, but... Oh my god.
In all the worst places, there are mushrooms.
Coincidence? I think not. I want the extra science, so let's go with that. I'll try for the hanging gardens. I don't think I'm going to get it, but we'll try it.
Come on, get up! Get up! We have a man down here. Keep a lookout.
I'll check this way.
Holy crap. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Stop everything. They've all gone.
Oh. Damn it. No. No. Oh my god. Okay. I am taking the win, even if I have to redo it. You don't get a much closer view than this.
For added protection, each vehicle is surrounded by aluminum oxynitride glass. So tough, it can stop a 50 caliber bullet.
That's a pretty good tidbit to share right at this moment. Looks like we've maybe got 3 left. Did I say 3? I meant 2.
But remember who would use you.
That's the Carlos, you fucker.
Not bad. Oh my god. I love it. Oh, I found my own echo. That's amazing.
Look! Ket! Where there's Ket, there's trouble. We have to deal with this.
Dealt with.
We'll open the portal on your mark.
What is this? She's ignoring it. This is so great. Oh god, that's not so great. Oh boy. Monk dexterity, the elf's grapple is weak and basic. Slip the hold. What? Oh my god, that's the worst. Hey, can you guys hang on there for just half a second? I have to scan this thing. You don't mind, right? No, it's not gonna let me. That's annoying. Priorities, game. Priorities. There we go. So I just want to get up close to... Okay, I am back. Tempted to give it to a museum to hold on to or put it on loan to one if I can even find one to do that to without it degrading too much. That's a really good idea, Vera, if you can find a way to make that work. Thank you, AMZ. How's it going? Good to see you.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction.
Holy
and its
crap,
effect
what is
on
with
the
these
human-
freaking
Thank you,
fires?
Professor.
Some of them seem to be going out, which is good. But wow. Have to ask, how are you balancing your budget? They've released a lot of updates to this game. It's not the same game it was when it first launched. And it helps, I think, that I have a fair bit of natural resource stuff going on.
Lawkeeper Candlejack 33 just advanced.
What?
23 months. I wanted to visit the world's biggest library, but unfortunately it was overbooked. Look at that fancy new camera angle.
Candlejack, how's it going? It's so good to see you. Yes, I introduced... It's actually the same camera angle, believe it or not. It's exactly the same camera angle I've been using for a long time now. But I introduced this new camera view when I upgraded to the 4070 Ti, because now with the 4070, it's a GTX card. I can use the NVIDIA broadcast software, which means I can do the green screen effect without actually needing a green screen. It's pretty cool. Some of the stuff was to make it so you can play the game and your PC doesn't go bakoom. Yes, that's true. So yeah, the camera's the same camera, in exactly the same place at exactly the same angle, but now I'm doing the virtual green screen thing, and that means I've been able to make my image a little bit larger, and I don't need the border anymore. Although, I'm thinking I might do both. I might have one view where I've got the border and one where I don't. Still undecided on that. What do we have in this area here? Okay. I think we'll do some row houses in here. Lack of high-skilled labor? Really? For forestry? You're... what? That's weird. Rust Bucket, Sycamore Street, Teak Stool. I personally prefer to go the no border look, but that's because I'm normally on my phone and it's hard to see things as it is. Okay. Well, it's a thing where I can change it. Like, you know, it's not that I would do one stream with it on and one stream when it's not. I could just change it as I need it during a stream if I wanted one look or the other for whatever reason. But so far it seems to be working out okay, I think. Now, what were we working towards? I was debating doing the recycling center thing. It would probably be... well, it would definitely be a bit of a cash outlay to set up a recycling center right now. And I can't afford to do it regardless without a loan. But it would be less expensive because that's an outside service that we're having to pay for at the moment. So we'll have to see about that. Mobile sucks. Don't use it unless you have to. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Interesting. It's very curious. I don't see any mail. They did do some stuff with mobile recently, if I remember correctly. I couldn't tell you. I'm not familiar with what they might have done with it. Okay, we don't need to upgrade the post office yet. Let's get a few more workplaces in. That looks a little better. Oh, what's going on up here? Man, some of this is still going. Okay, what are we up to? We're getting close to 3,500. We'll start looking at maybe doing bus service when we get to closer to 5K, I think. I'm gonna try upgrading this lane here. Keeps complaining about lack of pedestrian access, which is blatantly untrue. It doesn't seem to have helped. This is the kind of bug I really hope that they fix. It's usually so weird how they have their connections listed, but there's really no way to verify that, at least that I'm aware of. Okay. We've still got quite a bit of commercial demand.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle.
Aaron
Before
Lore.
we dive into our next selection, I'd like
Murder
to take
Fun
a
Time is
few
pretty
minutes
good. How are you
to
doing?
elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement, finally, then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So, without further ado,
Relaxing before D&D
raise the
later
curtain.
this evening? Ah, that's awesome. That sounds like it's going to be fun.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident.
What the heck?
Somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you.
We'll zone there for some mixed uses and see how they pop in.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
That'll probably be the cover for today's upload. Grotos, welcome on in. How's it going today? Okay, let's see here. Profits are starting to go a little better. Forestry's doing all right. Looks like I could use some more grain production. I don't know if I have the best terrain available for that, though. I guess I could do some over here, maybe.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Oh, that's a new one. Okay, so we've got one right on the border, but it's on the other side of the river on a fairly large island, so I guess that's okay. Oh, we're moving it to fall. Did you... I don't understand what you're asking. What do you mean, Grotos? Let's see. So, looks like they're exporting some chemicals. Well, these guys are they bringing chemicals back in? Interesting. Oh, medical. How's medical looking? Oh, crematorium. I forgot we had crematoriums now. Let's put one... Put one here. Oof. That's a little bit rough on the land. I'm French, so it's difficult. I'm asking help for an Xbox trophy about Deep End. Maybe, no. I am not a trophy hunter, I'm afraid. I do have... Let me take a look at my Steam here. I'm playing on PC. But... let me take a look at what I've got. Oh, the Deep End. Have a total loan of at least 200,000 in a single city. Yes, I do have that achievement, actually. Looks like it's not one of the more uncommon ones. On Steam, at least, 24.5% of players have it. Yeah, so you have to get that one by having at least $200,000 worth of loans in a single city. And that would be done through here. Looks like I could get that. My loan limit at the moment is over $1 million. So I could take this. If I wanted just that amount, see, I could take that. That would be fairly expensive per month, and I don't need it, but yeah, that's how you would get it. That's just a simple matter of taking out a loan or multiple loans of at least 200,000. So that's how you could do it. If that's what you're asking. Oh, good. Okay, the fires up here look like they've taken care of themselves, so we don't have to worry about burning down the rail yard. think we will put in an expansion for the hearse garage. That's going to go there. I think your game lagged. Yeah, hopefully that takes care of it for you. Yeah, they are, Aaron Lord. They are. You have to explicitly go in and pay it back. It's not a situation where you automatically pay it back gradually until it's gone. You will just keep paying interest forever until you actually go and say, I'm paying this back. I could, but I don't need to, so I don't see any reason to. I've still got a bit of money left in my budget. I'm pretty close to the line. Where am I here? Yeah, so I've just gone a little bit more expensive because I did just put in the crematorium and the expansion, so that's costing me a bit per month. 55,000 a month. So that's dropped me back into the red, but we're very close to dinging milestone 6. So I'm not worried about that. We will get another massive cash infusion when that happens. So I should be fine. Oh, for getting the award? Yes. Yes. So, if you're concerned about the costs, just take the loan and then pay it back. And then you don't even need to pay anything for it. Thank you, Grotos. I appreciate that. Oh. Was not expecting to see that. Luckily, that looks like it's a little too far away to be a major concern to our city. Oh man, and there's another fire here. What the heck is with all the fires? This fire here and here, those have been burning for basically the entire stream. It's pretty wild. There was another one over here, plus we've got this one here. Looks like we've got one here now. Hopefully that's enough of a water gap to prevent it from getting over this way. Just got fire everywhere. It's been a very dry year, though. It was raining when I started the stream up. I have not seen it rain since. Nope, I don't believe there is a hard mode. Let's take a look. Come on, game. Gameplay. Nope. I don't think there is a difficulty. I don't think he sounds anything like... Look, I'm sure there's more than one late night DJ, Aaron Lar. No, I don't think it is, AMZ. I think it's just... This is the way it's gone. I mean... They did just release a big update, too, so it may be the simulation sort of overcompensating. I mean, most of the fires are so far away they're not even worth worrying about, and the few that are close enough to be of concern are across the water. So they're still not really anything to be terribly concerned about. So I think it'll be okay. All right. I guess I should have a district over here, too.
Grotos has arrived at the library seeking lore. Discworld is taking something that you know is ridiculous and treating it as if it is serious, to see if something interesting happens when you do.
Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your lurk.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Has anyone seen my keys? My keys. What? We're on the air? Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait.
I don't see any problem spots. That's interesting.
Don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good. Here they are. Well, never mind then. Thank you for listening to Second Moon.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident.
Oh, that's probably why.
In the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
Oh, you know what? I actually don't have very much parking in this area, do I?
Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district
kind of ignored that in this area.
The area is attracting more high-end stores,
man, they're not kidding. That is a very large parking area.
Neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my
I guess
wife
that's
tells
not going in there.
That's good for business.
But this
and
one can
good
fit.
for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
I'll put that in there. Okay, we've got a fair amount of medium, so we're going to put in a new building over there.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
The curious thing, oh, it looks like it's here, and what the hell? Another tornado? Did somebody activate crowd control when I wasn't looking? What the heck? The weird thing to me is that the trees are not being destroyed by the fire. Or the tornado either, by the looks of it. And I wonder if that's because it's outside of my buildable area. Immortal trees, yes. Undoubtedly Greenie approved. No, I don't think the tornado usually would put out the fires. Although, I don't know that I've ever actually seen the tornado hit a fire before, so... I wouldn't expect it to put out the fire, though. Did they ever explain the origin of vampires in Forever Night? I haven't seen Forever Night in forever, so I don't remember. It was a great show, though. I remember enjoying it quite a bit. Do that. Getting to be a fair few customers around here. Now's the time to fill in some of the rest of this. Okay, let's do a little more parking around here, I think. It's gonna have to be a small lot. Boomtown. Tram might be interesting. I do love my trams. What are we at, though? 3,600? I don't think... I can't even justify a bus system yet, let alone a tram system. Park maintenance. I would definitely like to get large roads. fire station comes with a spot for a firefighting helicopter. It's an upgrade, but you can have it. Like, I might take the fire station, just given how many fires we seem to be experiencing. Okay, I can't afford those, and I don't really need the post-sorting facility yet. I could unlock the hydroelectric power plant. I chose this map specifically to be able to build one of those. I don't think I have a suitable area, though, yet. Let's get the welfare office. And we've had a few tornadoes, so what the heck, I'll do some emergency shelters as well. Welfare office. Okay, I've got a parking lot there, so I can't do that. That's a highway, so I can't do it there. Okay, we got that. And we had the emergency shelter. Can't afford the fire station, that's going to be a little pricier. But we can do an emergency shelter. We can put that in right there. Disaster control service buildings help both in detecting oncoming natural disasters and safely housing citizens that have been affected by a disaster. I've never actually built one of these before. Provide citizens a safe place to stay during large-scale accidents or natural disasters. Can be upgraded with advanced air recycling and extra stores of consumables. I'll just make do with the one for now. Okay, how is education doing? How are we closer to needing a new college than an elementary school or even high school? We have more college students than elementary students. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I was really sick of needing 50 gazillion elementary schools. It just seems weird.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're pervading some of the
I think they might be lying. I don't see any evidence that the roads are in poor condition anywhere.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this
I think we're
boat,
doing
brother.
okay.
More local news today. The Tourism Board just released their latest figures, and somehow the number of visitors to the region fell by over 20% last season.
Well, that's fine by me, Jim. I just love
Okay, we can do textile
Maybe
fiber
that's
farming now.
I like
Still
the
no
sound of
ore
that.
mining, though. We need one more milestone, and then we can fill in here. So this area is really good for mining. And then there's oil up here, too, but I think that's... Is that 1 or 2 away? Milestone 8. So I don't have to worry about this island for a little bit yet. Oh no! What happened here? Oh, okay. So they might not damage the trees, but they do apparently damage buildings. Oh, that's frustrating. Can I do emergency services? No, I can't. Damn it. How do I fix that? The fire was not put out, and now only a pile of ash remains. Ugh. That's annoying. Oh, hey. Remember, for those of you who were here really early in the stream, I used to have my outflow pipes over this way, and I had speculated that whether or not it was going to disappear and disperse into the water. It looks like it did. I wonder if that means the other city might finally clear up its water as well. That's exciting. Really happy about that. So it was right here in this area, and now there's basically no trace of it to be seen, which is really cool. Okay, there is still just a little bit. It looks like it's kind of clinging to the shore as it drifts. But it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Okay. Okay, so it looks like this is clearing up pretty nicely. Oh, it was a road maintenance vehicle that got crushed. That's actually kind of hilarious. They had to wait for another one to show up to get it back on the road. This is just going to drive me crazy. It has to be rebuilt. Oh, right. I forgot. We got all this too. So I can do larger roads now. That is awesome. Okay, with that being said, where is our water... not pumping station? Sewage outlet. There we go. Now, is that considered to be connected? No. Oh, actually, it looks like maybe it was. 2.5 minutes, by the way, folks. 2.5 minutes, and I will be taking another break. Okay. We still have a lot of commercial demand, and oh, there's a lot of customers right in here. We are going to take full advantage of that. We're going to pop in some more commercial spaces. Maybe over here too. I think one thing we might do, let's, oh, ads are starting very, very shortly here. Oh, what happened here? Why did you get obliterated? That's weird. You can restart. I don't know if that actually connects. We'll worry about that when I get back from break. I need to start that now, so if you guys need to get up and grab some food or a drink or a snack or anything, this is a very good time to do it. We are going to have some ads running for about 3 minutes, but don't you worry, you won't miss anything. I will be running clips, so I will meet you back here after the break. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh god. Oh. That was not the best idea. They have a fire. I can do some cooking. Oh, shoot.
This place.
Maybe somebody was experimenting with cannons on the island or something. Whoa! What?
What? What?
It's...
Look at the sky! What? Oh my god, what?
Please somebody clip that. Holy...
Please! Yes, please clip that! Oh my god!
Oh my god, Serana! I haven't even set the fire yet. Well, if they're up to it, I might as well join in. What's a little casual arson between friends?
Careful! Watch the holes!
I forgot the grease is flammable. Gotcha! So we are just at the very earliest stages of the tutorial here. I just started playing, so I'm still trying to get my bearings here. This game does feature Twitch integration, but I don't think it functions while we are in the tutorial. So we have to get through the tutorial, and then apparently you will be able to do something. No idea what. So. Nobody for you to worry about. Nobody at all. Can I free the operative with the spider? No? Shoot. Okay. I haven't had Prime Rabbit in a while. I think I should see if I can possibly make that happen at some point. What the hell? Oh my... That had to have been the forged. That's so annoying. Oh my god. What? Why did the ground shake? What happened? Oh my god. What the hell? Who did that? Oh boy. Who? Multi-kill. Gotcha. Sucker. Oh, hi. Oh. Sorry, Upgurt. Hey. This is not the arrangement I have with you guys. When I shoot, you die. That's the deal. Sorry, Edgar. But it was stream-related stuff, and it went incredibly well, so I'm very happy with the results.
A guard uniform should do nicely, but you'll need to draw him out and isolate him.
Or we could just do this one. Okay, so yeah, something did screw up. There was a liquid rocket phase that was not actually supposed to get ejected there. Other than that, it seems to be a bit of a death trap for poor Jeb, because I just realized I replaced the parachute with this control unit, so he wouldn't have to be here. Okay, I am back. Right. That actually looks wrong. That's at the wrong angle. Let's see if we can redo this. Thank you, Aranor. Slope too steep, huh? Well, maybe what I should do... Oh, that is a bit of a slope, isn't it? Okay. Well, maybe we just come up here, then. Half paying attention, lurking? No problem. Do what you gotta do. It's a pain in the butt is what this is. I promise you, game, that slope is not too steep. It really isn't. There we go. That's actually a fair way from the intersection. I wonder if I maybe leave it or not. No, let's get rid of it. Okay. Could have one down here, though. That's even further. I think that'd be just fine. What the heck happened here? Now the question here is, will it allow me? No. Okay, so I have to accept the lights. If I want the crosswalk, I need the lights. I guess we take the crosswalk then. And we accept the lights. want to see their usage of this. Okay, so they are going up there. Okay, so that looks like it's successfully connecting over here. That's what I wanted. That's perfect. Good. They're making pretty good use of it. That is perfect. Is this abandoned? What nonsense is that? What do you mean abandoned? What emote is that, AMZ? Very nice. That's a cool one. Okay, let's take a look. What's Broad Springs doing? 1,791 households. Almost 2,500 residents. Oh, that's wild, actually. That district accounts for a significant portion of our whole population. Oh, that's Mandolin? Oh, that's so cool. I did not realize. Oh, now, what do you think you're getting at going abandoned as well? Got some... Yeah. Tell me about it. I haven't even started thinking about the ridiculous number of new emote slots that streamers have access to. Once upon a time, I was caught up on my emote slots. I'm kind of thinking it might be fun to have some pixel art style emotes. Just thinking you need a welcome back one for when you come back from break. That is a very good idea, actually. I like that. And since that's a text emote, that would be particularly easy. I could probably whip one up on my next break before I finish stream. I don't think I will, because I'd have to go looking for it, but theoretically it could be done. Okay, how's our economy looking? Okay, we're in the green. That's really good. Can we afford... We can do the recycling center. I'm going to do one. We're going to do one up near the train stuff. These fires are still frickin' burning. Holy crap. I have gotten pretty good at managing the economy in this game, man. I mean, it's not consistent. I've been sort of waffling between the green and the red for a while, but for the most part, it hasn't been too bad.
How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my
60 animated emotes.
Oh,
Luckily, she only actually unlocked 29. How many do I have? Let me see. I have 8 open slots for Tier 1 standard emotes. 15 open slots for animated emotes. And 2 slots open for bonus animated emotes.
Pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the layperson.
Okay.
Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. Local stargazers are in for a real treat tonight, as the aurora borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right, Jim. Don't forget to look up this evening. It promises to be quite a sight.
I don't know if that's even where I necessarily would be best served building it. We'll see how it goes, I guess. We got some flat land for it, at least. Oh god, I forgot how huge they are. Never mind. Never mind. Well, looks a little weird, but that's okay. I can always redo the road if I have to. You know what? Maybe it'd be better just to do it off the other side of the old rail yard here. I'll just take the precaution of preparing the land in advance. Okay, so we'll go there, and... that'll probably be good. I'm 150 hours deep in Baldur's Gate 3 over several playthroughs, and I still find new dialogue options and stuff I missed. Absolutely crazy game. There are 17,000 possible ending states, which, I hasten to add, is not the same thing as 17,000 possible endings, but it's a ridiculous game. One particular story that I remember hearing about what the devs did to ensure it's just basically as freeform as possible, they hired voice actors to voice lines for an entire different group of tieflings that you can only encounter if you somehow manage to get every single tiefling in the tiefling sort of troop that sort of accompanies you the whole way, all the way to Baldur's Gate. If they all die, and the story still depends on having tieflings, they hired people to voice an entire different group that just kind of shows up because they were part of the group that you never happened to see before, to ensure that the story could respond to what you want to do without getting completely derailed by it. It's nuts and amazing. Okay, it's not just that they're crazy. They also had a lot of advantages that most studios can't dream of having. Like, direct support from Wizards of the Coast and a good deal of funding and just all kinds of stuff. The luxury of time. So we'll see how this goes. I like the Reddit story of the person who casts a spell in the starter room and critical failed, causing wild magic to summon a mephit that just killed him right away. I saw that, Kronos. I saw that. That was hilarious. And it's an incredibly unlikely event, too. The studio is also more or less purpose-built to make that sort of game. Yeah, that does help. Yeah, okay. Seeing that from afar, I really don't care for it. I think I am gonna redo that road. That's better. Oh, did I just mess that up? I kinda did. Now I have to decide how much I care about that. Oh, I didn't mean to do a landfill. What the heck? Oh well. I guess we're doing both. It's folly to think every studio can do this. Yeah, but that's why a lot of studios were freaking out when Baldur's Gate came out. They knew correctly that it was going to set the new standard in the minds of a lot of players. Okay. Okay, we've tipped it back over so that we're losing money, but not for very long. I don't think. I actually kind of like the land cut off right by the rail like that. It actually looks kind of cool. I started reading the Jack Reacher books after seeing the series. The new Reacher actor absolutely nails it, really. I saw a lot of complaints about him, actually. Interesting to hear a different perspective on it. I can imagine, Ben. I can imagine. Oh. And here comes nighttime. Now, if the radio's to be believed, we're supposed to get the Aurora again.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
You're tuned into Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a
Sounds like a
local
Tuesday in
Starbucks
California,
latte.
yes.
Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim.
For some reason, we've just had fire after fire after fire after fire. And then just to break up the monotony a little bit, we've had a couple of tornadoes as well.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
So how's the train doing? Find it... Oh, okay, I was going to say, I find it interesting that there's no mail stored at the train station, but now we've got local mail stored there. 150 tons worth. I kind of wish they gave us more statistics about the operation of some of these things. I would love to get more detail about the way the post office works. They've got an awful lot of mail out to deliver, but they don't seem to be using all of their trucks. So I'm not sure what the factors at play are there. That's a lot of wish packages? Yes, it is. Okay, so that looks like this area is doing pretty well. Let me just check my districting. Now, we need to expand that. So that looks good. I am still pretty tempted to maybe put in a passenger station, though. The Postmaster General is trying to slow the entire thing and privatize it. Yeah, they really do, AMZ. They do. I've gotten a lot better. It just seems to take some practice. But I would really like having an undo button myself, honestly. Oh. Oh, nope, I can afford a train station. I don't know if I... Oh my god, why is my income going up so fast? What the heck happened? Oh, short-term blip, okay. Have a good night, Aaron. Thank you so much for hanging out and helping. I appreciate it. I will catch you again soon. Saw a guy make a poop hole in the city, just a big round down that he dumped the waste into. Yep. That's a valid approach. I don't know how happy it's going to make your people, but you can do that. Put some mixed uses in there. I'm a little bit torn now. I like the idea of doing the passenger station, but it seems a bit early. Let's actually just take a quick look at it. Yeah, 23,000 a month. I think I'm gonna have to hold off on that. That's a little too much for the budget right this moment. My laptop is now reserved for watching streams and for your chat when you do lazy console stream days. Nice, Ben. So what do you have left to do on the new PC, the newly fixed PC? Setup of everything. Okay. I've gotten to the point now where I can redo my setup in a matter of basically just a few hours. Actually, I guess it's more than a few hours. It's several hours, but I've reinstalled Windows twice in the last month, and it barely caused any kind of a hiccup, but I have the luxury of maintaining consistency and just, you know, maintaining a kind of library of all the installers I need and all that. Hopefully, your setup won't take too long. Just glad the issue was so minor? Yeah. It's always such a relief when you discover it was something just small like that, right? What to do? I guess I've got some space out here I could set some stuff up with. Put in a few new buildings right here. Bad, not enough RAM and improper plugged wires, yeah. Yep, next on my list for upgrading, it's actually going to happen pretty soon. It'll be next month if all things work out the way I hope they will. I need a new case for my PC. I don't like the way mine is set up right now. The case I've got is just a little bit too small for the components I'm using. Everything fits, but I had to move my video card very, very close to the power supply unit. And that means that the fans on the video card really have barely any clearance from the PSU. And I don't like that in a system that generates a fair amount of heat. So I need to get a bigger case. I'm looking at Fractal Design. I really like their cases by the looks of it. Your next upgrade's an internal capture card? Yeah. I would love to upgrade my internal capture card at some point. It's not a super high priority though, because the one I've got, I mean, I only stream in 1080. I don't see that changing in the next few years. So the one I've got is pretty good.
Lawkeeper Mistal just advanced. 4 months. I wanted to visit the world's biggest library, but unfortunately it was overbooked.
What the heck? Mr. Lold, thank you so much for 4 frickin' months in a row. I appreciate that so much. I hope you're doing well. Okay. $4,245. How long do drivers usually take for first install? I mean, it depends on the speed of your system, but I wouldn't imagine that it should take a very long time. Hey, rain! We're actually getting rain. Maybe the fires will finally go out. I haven't seen rain since the start of stream. Thinking about letting them install while you're at your girls? Oh, geez. If it takes 10 minutes, then that's an unusually long time, Ben. So you should be good if that's your plan. Rewatching West Wing with a friend at the moment. She's staying with me for 2 weeks as her apartment is getting renovated. That is one well-written show. She has never seen it and is captivated. It's a phenomenal show. I always thought I would be bored to tears watching it because of the subject matter, but my God, I have never seen a better written show. You're right, it's so good. Wait, I've got the... Right, I opened up bigger roads now. I wonder if I should upgrade this highway. Except I really don't want to do that. Read somewhere they're working on a new West Wing show. Good luck with that. Well, it's mostly the same people, though, is the thing, X-Wing. If anybody's going to pull it off, it's going to be them.
This is Second Moon Radio Classical.
I don't love having this highway running, like, right through with the actual intersections with the rest of my traffic.
Blank paper, using only their imaginations as guides through a silent audial masterpiece. Now, here we sit, listening at full volume, and our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
I think we're going to do something different.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Well, that's weird. I was already on. There we are. Welcome on in, Unicum. How would I say City Skylines 2 compares to City Skylines 1? depends on what kind of comparison you're looking for. City Skylines, of course, has been around for a very long time at this point, and it does have quite a lot of DLC and development under its belt. In comparison, this is a very... Third tornado today. This is a very new game, and so it doesn't have nearly as much development polish. And it is, you know, it's quite a bit rougher because of that, and it doesn't necessarily feel as complete because if you've played the first one extensively and you've got a lot of the DLC, you're probably used to a lot of features that are not present in this one yet. That said, I find it extremely difficult to try and go back and play the first one because the improvements that they've made to the core gameplay are just so good in this that I just can't do it. I can't go back and play the old one anymore. It's basically impossible. Okay. I wouldn't say they're holding back on the DLC. They have announced that the DLC, they're not going to work on it for a while yet because they want to make sure that they finish fixing all of the issues with the core game before they start working on extras that you have to pay for. I mean, I guess technically that means, yeah, they're kind of holding back on the DLC, but I mean, I would much rather they hold back on that than deliver something that's, you know, less good than it could be, you know? What happened? Oh, I think I went down instead of up. That's not going to help. Let's try going up instead. But DLC and assets aside, you said mechanics feel complete and better here? Yes. The road building alone is worth the price of admission as far as I'm concerned. It's really fantastically well done. Not to say it, you know, has no room for improvement, but it's, you know, it's possible to do so many things that I always wished I could do in the first game, but never could. Think I am sold by now. Recently got back to City Skylines 1, but it seems worth the upgrade. I would definitely say yes. Even if I am struggling a little bit with one specific upgrade. Nope. Hang on. Oh, right. Elevation. Well, in fairness, this is kind of an unusual situation. I've got this little spur of highway that was coming down and intersecting here with this road in a roundabout. And then I kind of just brought in this other highway of a completely different style. This is just a 2-lane simple highway. And now I'm trying to extend this style except elevated, and I want to keep the roundabout. And yeah, I'm just... This is a mess of my own making is what I'm trying to say. Because I'm trying to do weird things you would not normally necessarily think to do. I think part of the problem here is I'm trying to overshoot a ground level road as well. I'm just going to remove that. I think I might just bring that up into the roundabout as well. Because this intersection area is not messed up enough as it is. Entertaining and educational, exactly what I've always hoped my stream would be. Okay, we're going to start with this bit here. We're going to come down here, and we're going to go there. We're going to restore this. No, actually, that's not going to work either. I think we're going to have to leave this building here without a connection. Unfortunate, but I think that's just how it's got to be. We're going to elevate this here. Yeah, you're going to have to go away. Sorry. Oh, no. Might have to push that back even further. Wow.
Anakim has arrived at the library seeking lore. That perfect tranquility of life, which is nowhere to be found but in retreat, a faithful friend, and a good library.
Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Also, we have our final break of the stream coming up in about 2 minutes, folks, by the way. I will be taking a short break. Ads are gonna run, but you won't miss any gameplay. Yeah, we're losing a bunch of buildings, but I guess that is the price of better connected roads. Ah, what the heck? That is... That is not what I wanted. Alright, fine. We do it this way. Go there. Now we build the roundabout. Off to make a mess of your own. Have fun. I hope it goes well. Oh, you know why? I think it's because of that pillar there.
Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva.
That's going to do it again, isn't it?
Or so my wife
yeah.
That's good for business.
True.
And good for the
Okay.
community.
Thanks, Jim.
That's got to be longer. Okay, that's better. Not perfect, but better. I'll accept that. Alright guys, ads are starting soon, so I'm going to go take my break. If you guys need to get up and grab some food or a drink or a snack or anything like that, this is a really good opportunity. I will meet you back here in about 3.5 to 5 minutes or so. Maritime measures. In the great maritime city of Babylon, the introduction of standardized units has not been well received. Already mistakes have been made with quantities of materials and engineering calculations. Shipbuilders and merchants alike warn that their commercial interests will be harmed if they are forced to adopt the new measurements. Should they be given an exemption? Hell fucking no. Enforce. The city will need to adapt even if it harms industry. We'll need authority oversight to ensure compliance. Lock down on Babylon for 20 turns. Don't give me this garbage. We're too dumb to make the switch. Mistakes will happen. It'll cost. Yes, it'll cost. Deal with it. Ugh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Very cool. Frost salts. Wow, that was easy. Oh. And yeah. You'd think they'd be suspicious of a little flying helicopter like this buzzing around. Really? What the hell is this? Dude, it's not gonna work. Give it up. It's too bad they don't have tractor beams. Whoa! No! No, 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 no! What on earth is it doing? Oh my god, no, don't push me off. Oh my god, Serana. Lydia. Guys, if you could stop popping up and shoving me to the side, that would be amazing. Thank you. Oh.
Why, hello there. You must be the builder. I'm Minister Matilda from the Church of Light, filling in for Mayor Trudy. We're so excited to see you getting started as a builder here in Sandrock.
Arch enemy discovered. Okay. Gristle is still alive after all this? Oh man, he's got that whole walking through the explosion thing down. Hey, rude. What the hell?
Pathfinder, I detect a data pad in the area.
Gotcha. Nobody for you to worry about. Nobody at all. Can I free the operative with the spider? No? Shoot. Okay. Oh, these look like good books. Adra and Daedra. Chance's Folly. There's potions on the shelf here. That's excellent. Oh, and a lot more books. My library is off to a good start. That was completely an accident. Actually working tonight, but I'll leave a lurk. Probably be back later. No worries, Scott. Thank you so much again. It's really, really kind of you to recommend us like that. I appreciate it. Oh. Oh. That was... Ooh. Thanks, Autodrive. Okay, I'm back. I don't like that after all. Oh, I don't like that either. Oh, but this is good. Let's go with that. There we go. Thank you, Callan Ray. How are you doing? It's excellent to see you. Hope all is well. There we are. That looks all right. Thank you, Ben. Slowly getting better. That is really good to hear. I am very glad. Well, I mean, I would be even more glad if it were getting better a little faster, but still. Okay, so that's part of it done. Now I just need to connect these in. Looks like the roundabout near your house. Is it elevated? Oh, really, Kellen Ray? Interesting. There we go. That's what I had in mind. Now we just have to hope it works. Oh, really? The new exit and entrance to the 401? Careful, don't dox yourself, but that's really fascinating to hear about. Okay. Hey, Cleric, good to see you. Or hear from you, I suppose, technically. Okay, now that we've got this elevated highway, I can actually zone stuff underneath as well. I've said multiple times in here before that you live over by London, Ontario. That still puts almost 1 million people around you. Fair. Very fair.
How delightful. Another letter from
Okay, now.
What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music
crap.
these days ain't. Oh,
I forgot a little something.
Back to the great Haydn himself. Let's see here. Y'all got soul. Oh, yes. Soul.
I guess I kind of need to fix this, huh? Okay.
My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the layperson. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cats.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
That's a little awkward.
Perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priority.
Okay.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva
That
latte.
works.
Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Okay, that just leaves the map that way. A very small highway. But that gives me the potential for another highway on-ramp here. Right now this looks like it's our only one. But it seems to be working okay. I almost wonder if I would be better off elevating this part here and running these along the ground. Might make a few things easier to do. We've got a lot of wasted space underneath all this. It seems kind of a shame after all this work I put into it, but let's give it a try. Actually, I might have to get rid of that. I need space for the highway to roll through, don't I? Like, we'll keep it with 2 lanes, though. I've been doing alright, Kellen, right? Thank you for asking. It's been a weird few days. I'm having to adjust my sleep schedule. I have to do the early riser thing for a few weeks. That looks alright. So that also means there are not going to be a lot of late night bonus streams for the next while. They will return eventually. That actually worked out pretty well. Not a fan of the diurnal thing? Nope, I am not either. But you do what you gotta do, right? Thank you. Now, I don't know if I'm going to have any luck doing this, but I'm hoping against hope that maybe, just maybe, I can get away with running some roads underneath the highway. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like the DVP? Kinda, yeah. I mean, honestly, that's part of the inspiration. Just hope concrete doesn't fall from one to the other. Yeah. I don't think this is actually gonna work. Sadly. Yeah, I think the roads are too close together. The pillars make it basically impossible. I could maybe try one of these. So that's working okay until I get over here. Yeah, it's a question of whether or not that's actually going to accomplish anything. But apparently it's a thing I can do. Lived in T-Dot for over a decade. Have to say the city design was very intriguing. Yeah. I've read little bits and pieces about the history of it. Why certain things are the way they are. One of the things that I found fascinating was the design of the early public transit system with the subways and trains and everything was actually designed to encourage people to drive cars more often. So they intentionally designed some of it so that you had to drive. A lot of people these days would love to travel back in time just to smack them upside the head for that one. Oh, I think there's a pillar underneath. There is. Damn it. Okay, that's not gonna work. The big U of the young Dundas line is idiocy. Oh, look at that. That is the worst possible placement. Rude. There we go.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events.
Interesting.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Why do we have zero
Authorities are urging
availability?
the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement. This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement, finally, then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
Industry in the region.
Oh, that sounds
on the rise,
terrifying.
and when business is doing well,
That's
that
horrible.
floats
I'm
our
so
boat.
sorry, Kellen Ray.
Singing this boat, Glenda.
The leader of the City Services Division is with us in the studio today to talk about why they're contracting with outside agencies to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going to be
Another
costly, Mr.
tornado.
Councilman?
Well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but
Just
the
glad you were
residents have
using
come to
Don
expect a
Mills,
certain
yeah.
level of services, and we
It's been a
simply
while
do
since
not
I've been
have
down
the
there.
capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it. Should we be worried?
I expect the residents would be more distressed if key services became unavailable. Their quality of life is very important to them.
But so is their money. We'll be back after this.
Okay, I don't get it. What the heck? We have our power connection. Let me redo it and reconvince it that we actually do have our power connection. Technically, I don't have a capacity. I don't produce any power. I import it all. There should be no limit to that. Oh. Okay. It's because in order to have... Right. It's because my production is 0 and my consumption is 16.27 megawatts. But that's okay. That's fine. We are getting the power we need. Alright, now let's take a look at our highways here. Oh god, what happened there? That is... That's not what I was going for. That's not quite what I was going for. Let's maybe redo that a little bit. That's still not quite what I was going for. I mean, it's a little bit better. That looks better. Reminds me of the connections to the roads in Brampton in the late 90s. I didn't do a lot of driving in Brampton back then. I don't now either, but I do a little bit more. Almost a 45-degree angle. Jesus. Okay. Now, I discovered that in the process of upgrading. We want our highway carrying power. Okay, and that's about as far as that one's going. I'm not going to worry about the entire thing. That's probably good for now. Oh, almost. Alright, that'll do. Oh, wow, blinding. Holy crap, how is it? It's freaking 10 to 6? How? Where did the time go? Alright, guys. That passed a lot faster than I expected it to, but we got a lot of good stuff done in the city today. I am very happy about this. I'm even more happy at how well the game seems to be running now, and how nice it looks. Space Bats! Holy crap, it's been a bit. How are you doing? Happy New Year! I'm actually going to be wrapping up here in a moment. I need to go and make dinner. It's pizza night. This is not optional. Okay, how's all this doing? Landfill's doing well. Interesting that the recycling center's not operating with terribly good efficiency. Wonder why the number of employees is so low. Oh, they need well-educated people, that's why. Speaking of... we still have more college students than elementary school students. Good, thanks. Sorry I'm late. You cannot be late to stream. You appear when you appear, and when you appear is always exactly perfect. It is good to see you again, too. How have you been? What's been going on? Okay, I think... we're still waiting on Milestone 7 to do all this stuff, but that'll be alright. I think we're going to save it here, and we're going to find somebody awesome to raid. Alright, guys. Let's see. Where's my list of amazing folk? Let's see what we've got going on. I see just in the listing offhand, we've got a few potentials here. But starting from the beginning, fewest viewers to most. A fair number of people playing Persona 3 Reload. I'm not going to stream Persona 3 Reload. I am going to record it and put it on YouTube, though. Looks like Mandolin is playing some Minecraft. Crystal Dragon 22 is playing Super Mega Baseball 4, whatever that is. The OG Mana is on playing SnowRunner. Ashlina is on. She's doing Just Chatting. She might be playing some more stuff later on. I'm not sure. Right now, she's under Just Chatting. Imperial Jedi is playing Project Zomboid, a game I am very much looking forward to getting into. I've played it before, but only a very little bit, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I've got less than 15 minutes in the game. Katie Peters Plays is playing Dead by Daylight. Hecky May is playing Farming Simulator 22. Ash Monster is on. She's playing Persona 3 Reload. Little Sia is also on, playing Persona 3 Reload. Luality is on. She's playing Enshrouded, one of my favorite new games of the year. And that looks like that's about it for the moment. We could make fun of Mana, that's true. Zomboid. Who was playing Zomboid? Oh, Imperial Jedi. Yeah, Jedi's a good guy. We could go raid Jedi and see some Zomboid. Or were you talking about me playing Zomboid? So I'm looking forward to doing that. Tell you what, it's actually been a very, 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 very long time since we raided Mana. I think we've only raided him once before. Let's go raid him. Okay. Alright, guys. Here is his link. The OG Mana. And I will get you the raid call. Here at the Library of Lore, we use... oh my god, why is it still broken? my Stream Deck has not been acting. It mostly works fine. It's just this one specific button with the raid call stuff does not want to work properly. Actually, I wonder. Okay. It doesn't like the announce variable I'm using for it. Okay, so there you go. Here at the Library of Lore, we use shh. It's a library raid. You've been bookmarked with the heart emote, the wave emote, and the shh emote of the channel if you are a sub. If you're not a sub, you can use the Twitch raid and the Tomb raid emote. In either case, sub or non-sub, please feel free to use any emote you feel is fun and appropriate for a raid. If you have emotes of your own, maybe from another streamer, even from Twitch themselves, feel free to copy the raid message, arrange the emotes you want to use the way you want them to appear. It'll all be good in my book. Let's get over to the OG Madness channel. You guys know him. We know him from Ultra's community. He's a really fantastic guy and a really great streamer, and he is playing SnowRunner. I would almost be tempted to play SnowRunner myself at some point, except that they have a very brand new game coming out.
Crystal
Oh my
Dragon
god.
22 is here, bringing 15 brave raiders. I absolutely support any scientific effort to create an invisibility cloak. I just want to make myself clear.
What the heck? I am just raiding out. We're going to go visit the OG Mana. We can make it a double raid. How are you doing, CD? Before we go, really quickly, I can't delay too long. I have to go make pizza. This is not an optional thing. It is Friday. My time is very limited right now for wrapping up, but it's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for heading on over. I really appreciate it. How was your stream? Tell me all about it. And let's get over to Manda's channel in just a moment. No worries, no worries. I love that when that happens. It's totally fine, CD. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for thinking of us. Yes, yay Raiders and yay pizza. It should be an interesting evening. But yeah, we're gonna go here. Let me do it again. We're gonna raid the OG Mana. A good friend of the channel for a long time now. Like I was saying, we know him from Ultrasaurus's community. He is playing SnowRunner this evening. Did something new, some baseball today. Okay, yeah, you got to tell me about that game at some point. That sounds really fun. So also before we go, actually, I should remind you guys, I will be on tomorrow afternoon, and we're not going to have very much in the way of bonus streams in the evening for the next while. I do have to do the early riser thing for a while. I will try to bring them back as much as I can. It's not like I have to be up at 6 o'clock in the morning every single day for the next 3 weeks or anything like that. But I will be in a position where it's going to be a lot harder for me to stream until 3 in the morning. Now, I might be able to do shorter bonus streams that only go until maybe 1 or 2. We'll have to see. But we'll see what I can do. But yeah, for sure, I will be on tomorrow afternoon. I don't know what game we're going to be playing tomorrow afternoon. It's possible I might do some Project Zomboid. I might do some more cities. We might work on some of the other stuff we've got going on. But you never know. Whatever I end up playing, it's going to be a good time. You know that. So hopefully I'll see you back here at that point. So let's see. Let's get that going again. Here's the raid call. So yeah, get the raid call copied. Arrange the emotes you want to use the way you want them to appear. It'll all be good in my book. We're going to go raid Mana. I'm going to get this copied myself. And I'll see you guys over there. So have yourselves a wonderful rest of your night, day, evening, whatever it is where you are in the world. And I'll catch you again soon. Bye for now.